Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where I'm going to be continuing work in Planet Zoo on my nocturnal zoo that's only open at night, and that I only work on at night because that's the only time that exists in this zoo because of certain settings that I've messed around with. So that's a whole thing. But you know, when it comes down to it, I'm just gonna nudge this a little. Okay, so the plan is to try and finish up what I'm going to do in the eastern area for now, and then move on to the central area. Can I do that all in one stream? I think we're going to find out. Shy Cat, hello! Welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you. So, what I'm planning on starting with is down here with the small-toothed palm civets. I'm going to be building an enclosure for them. I'm probably going to make it square rather than rounded because I don't want to deal with making it rounded. Can't do because the H has to be lowercase to be funnier. Fair enough, fair enough. So I'm going to make a rectangular thing for the palm civets because I don't want to make a curve. Sorry. And we'll just let time run here again. So we've got the crowds going. And possibly the Timberwolves will share some opinions with us while this is going. But yeah, the main question is what wood to build this in. Now, my notes say that the small-toothed palm civets are from Southeast Asia, and they like the dense forest. Closure cannot be curvy. Flat is also very nice. Well, it's just like this is a very strong curve here, and as you maybe see from the deer enclosure, strong curves like that can be a little tricky. So I'm just going to avoid that trickiness by basically squaring stuff off. Because like the owls, I want to put a full roof on the place. And it's just easier to do that and have it look nice if things are nice and square. Flat in a world of curvy adds spice. Well, that's definitely one way of looking at it. Now, I did look up some pictures of palm civet habitats online, and they sort of had a universal look to them of having these columns with wire, and then a fair distance between the viewing area and the actual cage, so that it was more than arm's length away. So I'm thinking that I'm going to attempt to recreate that. And I might actually do that in concrete. Simply because the concrete has the nicest pillars. Took a nap immediately after getting home from work. Apparently this has put me in a really silly mood, which is aided by the fact that I can type without really thinking. Well, that's handy. Okay, I am going to treat the train tracks as a flat line here, so if I just make this quote-unquote flat to the train tracks, like that. Okay, and let's bring the grid down. Yeah, I think a 2 will work for me here. So like that. And like this. And then promptly make things messy for myself, apparently. Since I won't be able to use the 2 meters for this section. So, we're just going to leave it like that for the moment. And then sink this puppy. Like so. Yeah. Watch streak. Shy Cat is currently on a 5-stream streak. Hey, nice, Shy. I think maybe I should adjust the color of this concrete. I'm thinking I want something a little more yellow to go with all of the surroundings that are happening here. We have a lot of yellowness going on here. So we're just gonna select all of these. Like so. No, everything around here is like yellow. I don't want to have one pink thing in a sea of yellow. That's just going to end up looking a little weird. But yeah, if we oh wait, we're getting very green here. Let's yank this more into the orange zone. Oh, there we go. Okay, I like that. I like that. Need to make a pink zoo sometime? Oh, you know what? That would actually be quite tough. Like, making a zoo all one color is difficult enough. Making it all pink? Ooh. Okay, let's use the 2 meter. This lined up as best I can. That'll do, I guess. I wish these people would make up their minds about where they're going and which way they're going there from. Let's make sure this is all pretty. doesn't quite feel right, but I'm gonna go with it anyway. Turn on angle snap. Rotate that 90 degrees. Oh, I see what the problem is. It wasn't actually vertical. Well, hopefully I can fix that. Line that up like that. The one thing that I really don't like about the concrete is these black lines, which are only visible like certain ways. Makes it really annoying to do stuff like this. I cannot prevent that from being visible. Also, why won't these two touch? That's very confusing. Like, if I do this, they absolutely touch. But then I have this whole problem of the... Okay, I have a thought. I don't know, I feel like I might be messing this up more by trying to fix it. I've traded one problem for a slightly different problem. Come on. Nope, nope, be upright. Okay, like that. that, I think. Okay, and then delete this. Okay, I fixed it. It only looks like I fixed it from certain angles, but it is fixed, and they are completely touching. I don't know why I'm being so careful. It's not as if I'm putting real animals in here, but... Okay, then what I want is... These are wider than the walls. Why are these wider than the walls? That is not helpful to me. I mean, I'll make it work anyway, but I'm not, Also, why has this ended up being a different shade? They're all supposed to be concrete. Why? Game, why are you doing this to me? Again. Why are you like this? There we go. Okay, like that. And like that. Like that. Might as well do it on all corners, even for the walls that I'm intending to be solid. Whoop. Let's not be inside the bridge. That makes it very difficult to see what I'm doing. Not entirely certain what to do about the inside corner here. I guess I'll do it that way? No, wait. Shouldn't be doing it from that corner at all. I should be doing it from this side. So, pray no one notices the inside corner. The only one who's gonna notice the inside corner is me. But that's where we run into the difficulty, you see, because I'll notice. So what I'll do is set that corner so I know that it's the right depth that away. And like this. And then eyeball approximately the same thing over here. There we go. Oh dear, we're impaling the civets. Let's just scooch those guys into the middle there so that I can't hurt them. Okay. Now, as you may be able to tell, this is going to be a fairly short enclosure because these are tiny little beasties. If I set it very carefully, the corner ends up looking cool. A little flickery, but cool. Doesn't work on the other side though, because reasons. It's fine, everything's fine, nothing hurts, it's fine. Okay, and then... Wait a minute. Let's do this the more intelligent way. There are many questions in my mind, including why does this stuff not line up properly? It should be, because I'm copying them all from each other. But do they line up? No. No, they do not. Admittedly, I've not used these columns this way before, so... Right, okay. Because I took this slightly off the world axis. I'm not entirely certain how to center this, so I'm just gonna go by guess and by God. There we go, okay. This one is not going to get a top column because I don't think they come in anything that short. Let's see here. Yeah, 4 meters is the shortest that this comes in. The gigantic plain ones come in much smaller lengths, but the patterned thinner ones only come in 4 or 6 meters. No clue what that means. Basically, there is a whole thing in this game which has the quote-unquote cardinal directions mapped out, which is referred to as the world axis. I've built a lot of these buildings off the world axis because it was easier, but things like the wolf enclosure here was built on the world axis and is perfectly square to what the game considers to be north, south, east, west, because it was just easier to build. Oh, I did that wrong. I wanted to copy. I didn't want to just move the original. Also, I apologize for any screaming children or fireworks noises. It is Victoria Day, which is a holiday here in Canada. I have chosen to stream regardless because that is my choice, but there are people who are like having their holidays right now, or having a holiday right now. So once it gets properly dark, there may well be some fireworks. And as we are all experiencing right now, there are definitely some screaming children. Oh, I used the wrong one again. As there are many, many children in my neighborhood, which I personally consider to be a mark of a good neighborhood, but also means that some days it can get pretty noisy here. Someplace where somebody feels comfortable raising their kids is a good neighborhood. Okay, I am not going to do the fancy columns across the back because there is not going to be any viewing from the back. I kind of wish I'd noticed that thing sticking through like that. I'm not gonna fix it. We're just gonna all know it's there and suffer together. Like that. Like that. I do wish that that had chosen to be centered, but oops. Oh, I keep doing it the easy way. I can't do it the easy way. Oh, wrong one. Okay, red to get it down there, blue to bring it up to the ceiling. Like that. Like that. There. And there. Of course. Well, I'm just gonna do it like this then. It proceeds to not be centered, which I refuse to let bother me. It's a pity that this side isn't the front, but oh well. Okay, let's start with the easiest thing. This is a solid wall. And so it goes like that. We're gonna stare at it until it stops flickering. Let's see here. Okay, fine. We're gonna take the grid height away from it too. There. Okay, that one is a solid wall. This one is a solid wall. No, that one's not a solid wall. This is a solid wall. Okay, and the rest is going to be special. Especially right here. This is going to be a very interesting part of the project here. I need a door. Not that door. A simple door. Too simple. You know what, let's just limit it to just doors and make this a little easier on myself. Yeah, we'll use this. Center that there. Like that. And like that. No, that is not I think I might have to use the limestone for this. I think they're the only ones with columns thin enough. I would totally use these if they were recolorable, but they're not. You know, I think actually I need to do this in metal. Because the plan is to use the mesh fence. Although I'm gonna have to do some fancy things with it to make it useful to me. I don't really want to use the diamonds though, so we're gonna have some interesting times. Okay, I know that there are some bigger metal beams in here. Somewhere. I can never remember what anything's called. I'm looking for something more substantial than the marquee beams right now. Yeah, I think that might be the ticket. Yeah. Yep. Step 1. We make this a more metal color. That'll do. Like that. Oh, this is the last centered one. Actually, no, apparently I lied to even myself. This. Oh, now that's fascinating and horrifying. Okay, I see what happened here. I see what happened here. You know what? I think I'm gonna do it like this way instead. pretty centered. Sure, I'm not coming out the edge. Those all the ones that face that way? It is. So get that as centered as I can. There we go. And then over here, like that. And like that. And then we take all of them. I missed one. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've gone all the way around the areas that I intend to have wire now. So we take all of these, like that. Duplicate them. And bring them up to the top. Like so. Yeah. Now over here, I need to get a little fancy with it. That. And for the moment, like that. Copy that to the other side. Then take both of them, copy them, like this. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. Oh, I made a mistake. I did this in the wrong order. Okay. Alright, out here we should copy. Like that. And blast it, the 2 meter is too long. Alright, fine. Like that. And like that. And then we take these two. Sure, like that. Scooch that over there. Scooch this over here. There we go. Now we have the perfect quote-unquote door frame. Oh yeah, dinner is good. Dinner is a very important meal. Dinner is the reason I started my stream a little late today. And bring that like that. And like that. There we go. Now we have a door, and there will be grating in this wall. So then the question becomes exactly how I want to do that grating. Like, one of my thoughts was to, like, do it like this, and then like this. so that we have openings that our civets don't fit through. Does mean I would be using twice the amount of wire, but to me it seems much more realistic. Can I get away with using the 4 meter for everything here? I think I can. Okay, rather than doing that on the door wall, I choose to do that over here. And that was when I realized that I have gone too quickly again, because I put down the metal on the top and the bottom, but I didn't put it on the sides. And also I didn't put the bead down. So I actually have a bit more work to do here before I can put the mesh on. Whoops. I keep moving the individual ones instead of making copies. Too far. Like that. Like that. The fact that I need to do this for each opening is a bit of a pain in the butt. Like that. And like that. But because I eyeballed each opening, I have to do it this way. I'm totally sticking out the top everywhere. I will fix that when I'm done. Because right now I don't want to fix angles. Wrong one again. I need to stop trying to use keyboard command to make copies. Because I keep hitting only one button instead of multiples. Suddenly I actually became hungry. Congratulations! Alright, enjoy your cooking. May your endeavors be fruitful and delicious. I'm nearly done with this part. That is the thing about this game. You can partially ass the whole thing and have it look like not terrible. Or you can, you know, be incredibly finicky about realism and making things look right, and there's in all the room in the world for both approaches. And in fact, you can use both approaches in the same zoo if that's what makes your heart happy. Like, for me, I go with degrees of realism. Like, I do like to put in the metal and the fasteners to show that the glass is here, or the wire is fastened in here, or what have you, or doing this metal thing on the concrete thing. But I don't go so far in realism as to put, like, water stains or to make things look used. So it's all about, like, what makes you happy, what makes you comfortable. Okay, now it's an issue of the marquee beams. Because I'm not sure if I will let myself just put the wire into this. Let's see how I make me feel by attempting this. So if I just You know, I think I can actually make myself happy with the wide metal here and not have to put the thin beam in. Oh, that's so nice. We just adjust it so that it is straight edges going in at either side. Like that. And like that, yes. Yes. I mean, I'm using the same thing as across the road, but because I'm putting it together just this little bit differently, please let me grab the other one, please. Okay, now the question is, can I just carry this around with me? I can. Like that. Tuck the wires in at the edges. Ignore any weirdness around the door. Like that. What is happening? Why? It doesn't slide straight side to side. No! And no. There we go. Okay. Now, I don't know why it doesn't slide straight from side to side, but oh dear. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do it this way. Okay, those are all the panels that face that way, so Gotta be very careful about this stuff sticking out, apparently. Okay. Like that. Like that. Oh, got it on the first try. Nice. Line this all up. Not entirely certain I did that last one right. I did not. I'm gonna do it this way because for some reason it's working better for my brain. Like that. Line it up, making sure it's not sticking out over there. It's not. Okay, good. That's not the right one. Wait. No, that is the right one. Okay. It's fine. I'm just a little bit blind, apparently. Line that up nicely. The roof I'm gonna do with the hexagons, the diamonds, just because it'll be easier. But I'm not going to put the roof on yet. It's actually a matter of how to put the roof on. Especially since I have apparently left a bead all the way across. Quite spectacular of me. I will figure that out. I don't really want to go through and drop everything after everything I just went through there, so we might be doing something fancy for the roof, but for the moment, okay, biome is dense forest, so let's pull some temperate. And some tropical. And Asia, and that is as far as I'm going to take it. I'm not going to check to see what is native to Southeast Asia as versus other. Oh no. Wait a minute. Oh no. Okay, set that aside. Why is that so bad? I set it against the wall, didn't I? Or did I put it on the ground? Okay, I'm gonna leave that one for the moment. No wonder it wouldn't slide straight. Somehow it was still on the world axis. Does mean I can do something about that bead showing on top, but okay, there's absolutely no doubt that this is on the same axis as everything else now. Okay. Let's try this again. if this time I've done it correctly. Oops. I should just be able to... And I cannot. Am I gonna have to eyeball this for each wall? I think I'm gonna have to eyeball it for each wall because well, okay, what if I... If I go like this, see, that stays straight. Why won't it when there are two pieces, game? At least it's staying in a straight line. At least. Two of them together won't stay in a straight line, but at least the singular ones appear to be. And like that. Whoop, too far. And like that. This all nicely lined up. Like that. I'm really not sure why that happened before. But whatever it was, I've fixed it and it's not gonna happen again. At least in this particular build. There we go. Okay, now that I've fixed it, some plants. Some small plants. Oh, that's very small. Oh dear. Oh, good thing I did a wall check. I think 4-meter clump is too big. One-meter clump's a little too small. 2-meter clump, don't fail me now. Was there only the one broken cherry tree that actually has branches? Yeah. Alright, fine. I'm gonna dirt this up in here. Because it just ends up looking better for some reason. I only want plants. We are not giving them rocks. Sorry. Brambles. Saltwort. Not climbable. Not climbable. Not climbable. Climbing. Disabled. Not climbable. Okay, good. Good, 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 good. And yes, I am using the yew tree as ground cover, because I can. Now, most of the habitats that I found were pretty barren ones. But in all honesty, like, something that's listed as living in dense forest, it doesn't feel right to give them a really barren habitat. You know? And yeah, if this were a real habitat, it would be very difficult to spot the animals in here. But that's fine. 'Cause this isn't a real habitat. They'll be very spottable. Perfect. You know what I hadn't checked was whether or not these were climbable. They are not! too alike. I was hoping to not use these because they are a completely different color, but I think actually the fact that they are a completely different color is going to be the saving grace here. Ooh, spaghetti. Nice choice. Let's take this. Is it touching the ground? It is more than touching the ground. Okay, perfect. One there. I'm gonna have to double check the heights of everything, but good. Okay, let's just remove this. I swear, rotation is the bane of my existence. I wanted the red one. I'm having a hard time making this guy sit on this branch. The main problem is it's only meant to be looked at from like the one angle. And I've got nothing at that angle. How to deal with this? Rather than adjusting the civet to the log, why don't I do the easier thing and adjust the log to the civet? Which, yes, is slightly easier said than done. Oh man, the monkeys were easier than this. Alright, I still have random rotation on. Turn that off. Okay, then turn off the climbing on this. Grab it and the civet. Good enough. Okay, if I do like this, then that is perfectly upright. Bring that over here. There. And then you... Are you the same or dissimilar? I can't tell. we are going to put you in some super dense foliage. And call that good. We're having some realism. Okay, back to messing around in here. I'm gonna need some lights. Okay, we need to dim this down. That'll do. Like that. I think I can probably bring it down to there and still have it be good. We're not gonna bother to light the other one. It's just gonna be in there. Okay, signage. Oh wait, actually not signage, no. I need... Oh, wrong button. You know, if this didn't have rounded edges, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, the other Australian fence is all rusted. We'll use this. And yeah. Bring that out here like this. find that it's in the path a little bit. Oh, I would do that. Okay. Approximately like that. Okay, like that. Oh, not gonna make it easy on me, are you? Okay, fine. I mean, nominally, I should finish the fence by, like, joining up these two bits, but I'm not going to. Okay, now I need a sign. Give me a sign! Where is the new world? There it is. There's no good place to put this, is there? Okay, I need like a board or something. Or maybe I just be lazy and I use the same sign again? Just sandwich those together so that it's not too weird. Okay, and then this says small toothed palm civet. that. And then over here in facilities, we put down a vista point. And we call that small toothed palm civet. And that way people might stop and look. And then I'm just gonna move this here. And move this here. And we put in a little like this, where the zookeepers are always walking. See, people are stopping and looking at the palm civet even though the enclosure isn't finished yet. I'm just that good. This. And then just cap it off like that. Okay. Now I just need to put the roof on. I think since I've been using the wide bars, that I will continue using the wide bars. So let's just take this. And I'm just gonna put it as like a bead across the top like this. Like not lapping over, but as close to the top as I can get otherwise. The corners will look weird, that is a given. But it does prevent me from trying to center things. See, now that bugs me. I just, like, moved that whole sail. Why is that a different height? I'm not gonna think about it. I decline to think about it. Thinking about it is wrong and bad, and I'm not going to do it. I don't even know why these are all different heights. But Lord, are they all different heights? It's fine. It's fine. The roof is all going to be the same height because of the way that I'm doing this. And yeah, I shouldn't have done that, but... Let the record show, I never changed the height. There is truly no reason why it should be like this. That. Oh, right. Gonna have to do something special there. I will do that one last. Here. Over here we have some serious issues, actually, now that I look at it. Okay, metal. Find the beams, find the beams, find the beams, find the beams. Those are the marquee. There they are. Okay, I can fix this. Lord, please no. Flickering is just the bane of my existence. That's why I like limestone. Limestone doesn't flicker. Okay. So what I'm gonna need is the 2x2 for this. Too far. So this line is gonna have to all be in the 2x2. Which means I think I'm gonna have to 2x2 the whole roof. Which is gonna be interesting. The main problem at this point becomes measuring. Yeah, I don't actually know how to effectively measure this. Okay, you know what? Let's take both of these Because I don't know if this one is in the right place, actually. So... and then... see, and that's how I know that I messed up. Take these. I'm gonna end up with so much layered extra in here. See, even that doesn't work properly. I know that this is right, but from that point, what do I do? Okay. Now, I know certain things are correct. I know this probably isn't. But I know that this line, this line, this line, and this line are correct. So, So what I'll do is I will take this line here and eyeball something that makes me reasonably happy. Sure. And then take this and line it up with that. And take that away. Okay, and then I'll just take these one here like this and one like this. Okay. Okay. It ain't perfect, but I'm happy with it. I am content with that. And that does mean that I can use the 4x4. And I'm just gonna brighten this metal up to closer match the poles that I'm using here. Like that. And like that. Now we're gonna take a moment. Now the tree that is coming up, that can come up through the wire, but these solid pieces cannot come up through, which makes me very sad because I did set up that one civet on the one there. But maybe I can just delete pieces that stick up on that one. Yes. No, no, not the group. I want the broken cherry tree. And this one. Okay, I am pretty sure that that will take care of that problem. We'll find out if I am correct once I put this wire in. Yeah, ha ha ha. Now this is never going to look quite right when it's looked at closely, but I'm just going to endeavor to never look at this closely again after I finish setting this up. I did a fun thing for myself here. Okay. Slightly more in the future me will deal with that then. Line that up all pretty. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to do that again. One moment. I went too quickly. What I need to do is line it up this way. And then take it this way. Uh-oh. I still got it wrong. Let's do this the other way. Like that. Like that. Oh, that piece has got to go. What lesson have we learned? Never move things in two directions at once when you could only move them one. Like that. Okay, I've learned a lesson. The rest of you are just pointing and laughing. There we go. Perfect. We have an enclosure with one visible animal and one less than visible animal. The other one's in there. They don't have any visible food dish or anything this time around because I honestly didn't look up what these guys ate, so it's in there, it's just not easily visible. Look at the people enjoying my civet. Look at the people all enjoying the civet so much. Less than visible animals tends to be how things work. Yeah, especially with an enclosure like this one. Like, you give them a really lush enclosure like this with lots of plants and stuff, harder to spot the animal. So the fact that this guy is like right up front where people can see it, you know, miraculous. The fact that the other one is like far in the back and much harder to spot unless you know where it is, also accurate. So yeah, that is the small-toothed palm civet. People are enjoying it, and I will not hear anybody saying otherwise. Man, I gotta love how at this angle it looks like I didn't even put a roof on this thing. Ah, well. We are one more step towards me abandoning the eastern part of the zoo and moving my attention to the central area once again. There's still 2 more things before I can turn my attention to the central area of the zoo. The eastern section nearly has all the holes filled in. Around the edge here, not so much, but what I want to do is there is one section of the snake garden that is left to put plants in. And I want to put a food court like right here and attach it to the path on this side and the path on this side. And just fill in this area with a nice little food court. I'm going to leave the other unreal animal enclosures for later future Foxwine. Possibly while she's working on the central section, possibly when she turns her attention back towards the east here, once we know where the lake is. But I've been spending a lot of time building these enclosures. And I'd like to do something different. And I really should do a little bit more with this section than I have done. So there's a little bit of plant filling in to do around here. And then I'm going to be turning my attention back to the central area and everything that's going on in what is currently the far distance over there. But I think for the moment, before I build my food court, I'm gonna head over here. The snake garden is looking glorious. Absolutely spectacular. Except for this section. She don't look so good over here. Everywhere else in the snake garden really looks spectacular and beautiful and glorious. And then there's this area. The area right around the common death adder here. Yeah, there is some pink around. I mean, some of the foxgloves here are pink. Those are purple. There ended up being some very blotchy pink over here. Did I ever turn... Oh, I did turn my light back on. Okay. It's a very dark zoo when I'm not looking at it, but I don't care. But yeah, there's actually a lot more purple than pink around here. But that point is very, very moot. Because, yeah, something has to be done here. Now, the question is whether to treat this as 2 sections or whether to treat it as 1. And I think I'm going to treat it as 1. Now, I see that I did want to use the red oat grass here. Simply because of the color. I love the autumnal shades. And teal, but there isn't any teal flowers in this game. But, you know, the yellows and the oranges, they really do it for me. And there aren't really any orange sections. There is a bit of pink here as well, just a little bit. Subtle pink. Slightly less subtle pink. But, yeah, wanted to use this, but also need something that's going to hide everything that's going on over here. Because this is oogly. So, going to turn off the tags here in the plants. Yeah, the oat grass is definitely not going to stand out against the African daisies, even though the African daisies would do a really good job of covering what's going on here. It will. Let's see. Actually, I think I should check. Is there any taller version of the oat grass? No. No, that is the tallest version, but I think we can actually use... I think we can use the non-parched version to our advantage. So I'm actually just going to drop that there. And I'm going to move this beside it because it's easier to deal with this way. So I think I'm going to be using these two as the main cover. And then I need an accent that sticks up from it. I don't think I'm going to be going this route because while this stuff looks fine on the grass, as soon as you put it on the fake grass panels, weird stuff starts happening. It is unpleasant. So we can't do it that way. What do I have that will stick up from this? No, I already used this elsewhere. Something I haven't used that will just stick up just a little bit further. No. No. Definitely entirely the wrong shade of green. Not the buffalo grass. No. An excellent thought that I had there, but not for this. Cattails are too obviously cattails. Already used the foxgloves as an accent, not too far away. No, I think that would cover up the orange too much. Oh yes, I need to remember to turn random rotation back on. That's basically more of the same. There are things that I could do with it this way though, so we're just gonna pop that over there, but I still want something that's upstanding. No, too much overwhelms the grasses. No, the daffodils go back to being the wrong shade of green, and also these flowers are huge. I just want something sticky-uppy, but that is kind of sparse. Well, that fits the description, but it isn't quite tall enough or quite different enough. Back to being entirely the wrong shade of green. Not using the hawthorns, that's what all is over there, so no good. Hydrangeas are just too much. Do I have a tree in this section? I have a tree over there, but I don't have a tree here. I could have a tree here, but I don't know what tree I would put here. Wait a minute. That's about the right shade of green. It wasn't exactly what I was thinking of, but... That is a maybe. King Fern, love these things. Have a hard time figuring out how to use them. They're so big. I do love them though. It's taking up the entire screen. Okay, the lady fern. Back to being the wrong shade of green. Have a good night, Shy. Thank you for stopping by. I use the Labrador teas elsewhere, and also this is too dense. Back to being the wrong shade of green. I like the color of the lipstick palm. I think I could make the color work. But I think these are all like I can't even. Yeah, getting these to a usefulness to me would be just too much of a pain in the butt. What about the lobster claws? Too much, and back to the wrong shade of green. Lords and ladies, not quite enough. Maze, not even going to bother. Manzanito's not going to work in this context. Monkey face orchids. Definitely the wrong shade of green again. Which is too bad because the orchid, like the flowers themselves, are just about the right color. But yeah, I don't think I can make that work. Not the nettles. Should you really stop looking at palm trees entirely? The papyrus I just used on the other side of the train tracks. I cannot use them again. The periwinkle is the right color of green. Sagebrush is too much for this. Also, ditto, that is too much. Flowering pea shrub. It looks interesting with the periwinkle, but it doesn't work with the oatgrass, and the oatgrass is what I really want to use here. I'm not sure if I can use the periwinkle with the oatgrass, to be honest. Now there's a thought. That is an intriguing idea. I'm gonna... the twin flowers bother me because they've made them all face the same direction in each clump. It makes it really difficult to use, to be honest. Okay, let's get rid of the periwinkle because I don't think I can make use of it. But I think if I use these 4 things together, that we could result in something pretty spectacular. The main problem being these bushes are tiny. Everything here is tiny. Which is going to be good for going through here, but... well, no time like the present. Can't put him under the benches. Can have him touch the benches, but can't put him under the benches. Do. Now, I don't have to get 100% coverage with this. Because I am going to be coming back over with 2 more plants that are also quite fluffy. So, this doesn't have to be perfect. That being said, the density of plants around this area is very important. The important thing is to make this not grass look as much like grass as possible. So I am trying to pay close attention to what I'm doing over here. Like that. What is happening around this wall is less important. I'm trying to use this one very densely over the wrong portion, simply because it's got green at its base that the other one does not, so it can do quite a bit to disguise what's going on here. See, if I pay attention, it just makes the stark edge where the one green meets the other just sort of fade. So they're still there, but the edges are much less defined. So it makes it a little more subtle. So yeah, what I'm basically trying to do here is like define my edges. And then I can fill in around my edges, is the thought. Color inside the lines, so to speak. Whoops. Oh, that one was useless to me now. Whoop. Ooh, angles. I just don't want to like come through the fence too much. It's okay if I do a little bit, but everything looks weird from this angle, though. I don't think these are meant to be looked at from this angle. Have I completely lost track of where I am? Yes. Does it matter? Not really. Because, yeah, by this method, I basically just come along this fence until some other plants force me to stop, however long or far that... whatever that is. And still looking at it with this really weird angle so that I don't end up shoving the plants through the fence too much. Just doing this narrow bit as one shot because it's just easier. Does mean I'm past halfway that the narrow bit happened. See? Other plants force me to stop. And we use these to blur the line of that fake grass here. Although the hawthorn is doing a pretty good job here on its own. We're just giving it the backup that it deserves. Wow, I can still hear the wolves. I am so far away from the wolves. I guess they don't like being ignored. Moving along, moving along. Whoop. Getting myself all up inside a tree. Speaking of, I do think that one section does need a tree. Before I fill these in too much, I feel like this area right here needs a tree. Not a big tree, because we really don't want to be fighting with the... What were you again? No. The ombu. We don't want to be fighting with the ombu. But like, this is a larger area than I've let go without a tree anywhere else. So... let's limit ourselves to trees. No, apple tree isn't right. Palm trees are also not right. Bald cypresses are too big. Maybe a little beech tree? It is exactly the same color as the ombu, though. I'm not thrilled about that. Black poplar? No, once again, like, these trees are just blending in with the ombu. The Brazilian nut is a little too big. Like, I can make it shorter, but the canopy is going to run right into the ombu. Oh, there go more fireworks. Candelabra? Doesn't look right here, does it? Carisopia. If I were to say... It does kind of blend, though. Oh, no, I don't want the group. I want... Oh, and it has climbing enabled. Oh, that's terrible. Okay. Coastal mangroves. Interesting trees, but maybe a little smaller than what I'm really reaching for here. Common ash. Battling the ombu for dominance. Cork oak? No, I do love the... I love the twisty trunks on these guys, but I don't think it's the right tree. Corkwood? A little small. Bloodwood just doesn't fit here. There's the dragon's blood, but I used it as ground cover not too far from here. Elm is once again fighting the ombu. Love the fever trees. Definitely battling the ombu for dominance. Going to have the same problem with the... So many trees I love, they're no good here. What about Himalayan birch? What about a Himalayan birch tree? You know, I think that might... I think that might work for me. Put a Himalayan birch tree in here. We'll make sure it's not climbable. I will head back to what I was doing. Now the reason that I came in with the living red oak grass first is because while I want the orange, I don't want it to be dominating the eye, so to speak. So I want the orange to be present, but I also don't want it to be the only thing that anybody sees when they look at this area. which is why I'm coming in with these guys first. And trying to get some reasonably dense coverage with them. So that then that bright orange of the parched red oat grass is filler rather than the base. But of course, I did decide to use some very small plants for a relatively large area, so, you know, that's my mistake. So yeah, this'll take a little while. Given the choices that I have made, it looks like I'm probably going to be turning my attention to the central portion of the zoo next stream? Unless the food court goes incredibly fast, which I doubt it will, because I don't even have a style in mind for it. Okay. Well, this area of what I'm doing is nearly filled in at least. The patch of grass keeps getting smaller and smaller. Come on. Okay, that is that bit. Unfortunately, the larger bit is still the one that is left. comfort myself with the fact that I am in fact a third done with this plant. I'm starting to regret having put that flower there. You know, the most spectacular part about all of this is that once I get this section that I'm working on right now filled in, the snake garden will actually be done. I mean, the snakes have been in and the tours have been working for quite some time, but the area hasn't been finished because, you know, there's still been all this grass. But soon, the last patch of grass will have been filled in, which will mean that the snake garden will finally be finished and I can cross it off my to-do list. Yee! I do so like being able to cross things off my to-do list. Especially in Planet Zoo, where there's so many things to do. Now, admittedly, the snake garden was a very ambitious project due to its nature. It's not the same as sitting down and saying, I'm going to build a building that's going to house all my reptiles. Which, I've done that. Mostly I find myself annoyed with that because, like, the roof is the thing that I always put on last because I want to be able to get at things from the top down, kind of like what I'm doing now. I want to be able to look upon them. So if I have quote-unquote built the building and put the ceiling on, it's very difficult to work on the habitats. And the more habitats you put in any given building, the longer it is before the said building is finished, and the longer it is that you have a building with no roof or ceiling. It just bothers me. I prefer to build smaller buildings. Like, I don't like to build buildings that house more than 3 different species, unless it is, like exhibits. Like exhibits, well, I built a building to house all of the arachnids in the game. It's a very nice building. I got it finished relatively quickly because exhibits are just, you know, self-contained. This birch tree is getting in my way. It needs to be where it is, but it's making this part difficult. But yeah, saying this is a building, it contains this many boxes. Be those walkthrough boxes or exhibit, like the exhibit boxes like what the snakes are in here. That is very simple. Like I can put dozens of species in one building then and not feel bad about it. But as soon as we get towards building indoor habitats for multiple creatures in one, like multiple species in one habitat, like building that aren't sharing a habitat, like that aren't co-inhabiting, oh, I dislike that. So if it's a habitat building, I don't like to put more than 3 different species in there at once. Like I don't like to have more than 3 habitats per building. Because it just bothers me how long it takes before I can close up that building and move along. That's just my own personal preference. With the snake garden here, like I had an idea that it would be like a garden where the snakes of the zoo happened to be. But actually doing that has proved to be a little different. And I'm not complaining. I am absolutely not complaining because this looks really good. Like the garden with the like different sections that all look different, and the various plants that I've layered together and everything. It looks spectacular. I am very happy with the end result. How long it's taken to finish this, because to keep the whole place from looking homogeneous, I've been doing a section and then working on something else elsewhere in the zoo that doesn't involve plants. Like I am using pretty much the same technique from section to section, the whole layering of plants together. But I didn't want things to end up looking samey. I didn't want to keep using the same plants from section to section. so I spread out my working on it so that I would be looking at it with fresh eyes, usually. This works better for my brain if I do it from this angle. This still feels like a really weird angle to be doing this from, though. Like, I can still see so much almost grass texture from this angle that I can't see from the other angles. But just because of the way the oat grass is shaped, this is the easiest way to place it. Don't mind that weird squeaking noise in the background. That is a zookeeper cleaning the snake enclosure. Hopefully not using Windex. I think Windex might be poisonous to snakes. We're moving, we're getting things done, we're moving. I'm not actually certain where we are, but I know I did the outside lines already, so as long as I stay within those lines, we're still good. Admittedly, it appears that I should have come out further from under the bushes than I did. But I didn't realize I was going to be looking at it from this angle, so... Just try and fix the edge here to make it more visible to me. Okay. I'm not sure what I did in that area, but it's fine, whatever it is. Desperately trying to not put this on a grid. That would look so bad. Consider it like... There are times when putting your plants on a grid is the correct thing to do. But considering how I did the rest of this garden, if I have one bed that's all grid-like, that would be bad. Oh man, I cannot stop grabbing that green arrow. Yeah, this is my favorite technique for filler. I don't always take the time to layer different plants together, but just layering plants into the space. There are some zoos with great big expanses of grass. I have not been to very many of them. Although my home zoo used to have more expanses of grass than it does now. It's just that grass was hardly used. It was mostly it mostly belonged to the geese. Canada geese, very territorial. And also, like, with that much goose poop everywhere, nobody wanted to picnic there or sit on it or anything like that, so it was just a great big expanse of grass that the zoo had to look after. And it has become, all those expanses of grass have become several other things now. And I think the zoo is much better for it. Like, I'll admit, I don't know why a zoo needs to have a splash pad. But I'm glad that the zoo has a splash pad instead of a field that belongs to the geese and nobody else. Have I finished? Did I fill it all in? I did. Okay, and then I had to blow my nose because spring allergies. I didn't used to have spring allergies, but the last couple of years, there they are. Okay, excellent. Now we come in with the orangey one. This is going to take even longer because I do want the orange to be the more dominant color. Which does mean I'm going to have to pay a bit more attention to how densely I am putting this in. Now, simply by being orange, it should do a lot of the job, you know, without the assistance. But People using the benches, I love to see it. Now, if I planned this correctly, then the fact that I used the non-parched oat grass first, which does have some like brownish, orangish bits on it, should make this really both pop and blend at the same time. And yes, I know that is an odd way of phrasing it. Whoops. There's also the don't place it exactly on top of the other grass foxwine. That is going to end up looking really weird. This bed is going to end up making people thirsty whenever they look at it. Heck, it's making me thirsty. Fill it in, fill. Do. I don't have to be as careful with... I don't have to be as careful with the coverage because I've already got the other grass in there and it's going to make up for a lot of my sins. But... see a thing. I'm totally at the wrong angle to be grabbing these arrows. Okay, okay. Everything, like all the plants after the first one tend to go a lot faster simply because I don't have to be so careful about going along and doing the edges, and because I did that with the first plant, whatever it was. So I can just click, 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 click. Whoops. And admittedly, the next plant to come through here is bigger, so it should also hopefully take less time. Oh, so much ground to cover, such tiny plants I chose. I mean, yes, faster. Definitely faster. But faster still doesn't mean that this is fast. Okay. Yay, yay, yay. The thing is, I keep making it to the Himalayan birch tree, but from so many different angles that I can't tell how much coverage I've actually gotten. Like, how far have I gotten? I don't know. Which side of the Himalayan birch tree am I on? I wouldn't know if it weren't for the hawthorn bushes. Okay. Progress? I can barely focus on what I'm doing at this point. Oh wait. Oh. Okay. Some very weird things are happening here because I'm trying to work quickly. And I'm pretty sure it will end up looking fine. But it's also like I look at what I'm doing and I'm like, girl, what you doing there? What you doing there? Why is it like this? Actually, let's just there's a literal corner here. Let's try to do something about filling that in. I'm trying to make it so that the plants are not at the exact same intervals as each other along the fence here. Because that's just going to end up looking strange. Yay, train! Okay. Come on, me. I've got more done than there is left to do. I am fairly certain. There's that birch tree again. I keep coming up to the birch tree. I know I only put one birch tree in. How many times have I come up to this birch tree with the red one so far? Okay, sit here because that keeps the branch out of my way. I've got a really large part done. Just gotta keep telling myself that. Just remind me of it every now and then. Also keep reminding me that it was a good idea to use little itty bitties because of the pinch section that I am coming towards right now. I can see it getting narrower. I also need to remind myself that the more plants I surround these people with, the happier they seem to be. Wow, this is a great looking zoo, they say. The decor here is really nice, they say. This, like that. Uh-oh. The other tree. Alright, we'll start going the other way. Spend less time in the tree, I hope. Gotta get closer just to be under this tree, whatever it is. Okay. You know, now that I'm putting these together, this one is turning out to be less orange and more brown. I don't dislike it, but I kind of wanted the orange. Like, I've got the bright red elsewhere in the garden because I used Virginia Creeper as a ground cover. Because, you know, sometimes you gotta do the crazy things. Yeah, I was kind of hoping for a more autumnal orange going on here. And will I say that the autumn vibes are still happening? It is less of an autumn color vibe and more of a things are dying off because it's fall vibe. I don't think that's going to be improved by anything that I'm going to be doing, but well, I am a little disappointed that it is turning out to be less orange when placed in contrast like this. I'm not upset at how this looks. This is not bad, this is just not what I thought it would be. But as Bob Ross would say, there are no accidents. Right, there's no mistakes, there's happy little accidents. And who knows, maybe I can yet recover it. Whoops. Grab the wrong pair of grab the wrong pair of arrows there. As I still have at least 2 more plants to add, maybe 3. So the vibe could change is what I'm saying. This is a difficult angle to work at here. Can't really see where I'm putting these. Admittedly, it's the best I can do with the tree there, but the visibility is weird, is what I'm saying. Round and round and round we go. How long will it take to fill the spot? Nobody knows. I've nearly got it, I think. Whoop, no, not into that tree. Alright. Yes, okay, good. Good, 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 good. Now the common saltwort. That goes in there. No, you know what? This is not. No, this is too much pointy stuff. This is incorrect. All right, let's try this one. I'm not so sure about that. That's not right at all. Oh dear. It needs something. This is not right this way. But I don't think that I have the right thing out. What are y'all hung up on? It's not the plants. I need something green and fluffy. With coverage. That's not it. I don't know what these people are hung up on. Whoop. No, it's getting closer, but that's not it either. Okay, for the moment, let's take away the bits that are definitely not right. Are they hung up on the grasses? Or are they hung up on each other? I think they're hung up on each other. I'll just stash the grasses over here with the train instead. Just in case they're a thing that these people can't actually walk through, which is... that would be the first plant I found that they can't. But yeah, I think it might just be that the paths are too narrow. The passing zone for the collisions is bad. Okay, arrowroot was close, but it wasn't right. I'm doubtful that the azaleas are going to be the right thing, and they're kind of too small, but yeah, the azaleas definitely are not right. No, that's no good either. Hmm. Bearberry just isn't tall enough. Plus, I need something that can, like, go through the pinch. I need something that is visibly fully alive. That has possibilities. The bramble just is too regular. Not more grass. We got this way by using too much grass. Cattails continue to look too much like cattails to use. A lot of this stuff is too low lying. No, reeds look too much like grass. Entirely the wrong color. Exactly the right height, but entirely the wrong color. Too low. Too spiky. Too low again. We already know the daffodils don't look right. I think this might be a little too small. That one's too irregularly shaped. This one is too lumpy. Close, but no cigar. The ironwood is just not right. Dragon's blood, I already used that. 2 nearby. No more grass, no more grass. Dutchman's breeches. Not quite right. Dwarf Cornell I already know is too short for this. Fairy fans also too short. Fever tree I think may be too large. The look is definitely interesting, but I don't think it's right. Oh lordy, that one's even bigger. And even bigger. Okay. I don't know. Something about that bugs me. Although possibly if I mixed it with the bracken. That might work. Blast, now I have to start over. Gilder Rose I know is not gonna work. Hawthorne, no, that's what's right next door. Holly, no, no, not the right look. No, no. Close, but no cigar again. Hostas I already know are too short. So far, mixing the fig tree with the bracken has been the best. Hawk's too much. I already know the palms are not good. The king ferns are just too big. Labrador tea, actually the flowers are too dense for my uses. Lady fern is just too small. Manzanita. No, no, it's not. There isn't a flat enough version. wrong color, and the smaller ones just aren't flat enough inside. Okay, well, for coverage purpose, I think it's going to be the bracken plus the fig tree. Where to start? At least the fig tree's big enough that I can get some coverage. Clarence! Blame you for getting the city skylines reinstalled. How can you be blaming me? I haven't streamed City Skylines for over a year. It is nice to see you again, Clarence, but I'm not sure if I can accept responsibility for the City Skylines thing. This is going to end up being a lot less orange than originally planned. Blaming you for getting my need to manage the things. Oh, I see. Okay, that I will accept responsibility for. I am totally at fault for that. Oh boy. I mean, it's great that the fig tree is bigger so that I can get coverage faster, but also figuring out how to fit these together in here. Yes, right now what I'm working on is getting the last section of my snake garden actually filled with garden. Hopefully without shoving tree trunks into my underpasses, but we'll find that out in a bit once I've had my way through here. Cheat just a little bit here. can't use it in the narrowest bit, unfortunately. But it's okay if it sticks through the fence a little over there. Oh goodness, people are using the benches. It's getting a little difficult to see what I'm doing, but that's a good sign. Once I finish getting this bracken in here, I think that will be about it for this area. Man, and to think I started this section with the idea of I'm gonna feature the orange oat grass. It's gonna be so orange here. Chat, it was not in fact orange in here. Blast. Accidentally sent that one to the nether realms. Figure out what to do with that pinched section in a bit. Like, I'm pretty sure there is a smaller bracken that is similar enough in leaf size that I can get away with using it. There is no smaller fig tree though, so that's just gonna have to oops. Nope, nope, that's the fig tree. There we go, that's the bracken. aesthetics. Okay, B-R-A-C-K. How big is that one? I think that's that's almost as big. That's not a lot smaller. Will it fit? Not really. Bigger. Ooh, small. I found a small one. I knew it was in there somewhere. Because, yeah, we definitely cannot... I can't get the fig tree to go through that area, so we're just going to have to do the bracken in there and call it good. Ha-ha! Definitely got a different look going on here. But... I do believe I am finished. Yeah. If I tried to add flowers to this, it would get really unfortunate. It's already really, really busy in here. So... that means the snake garden is done at last. Done and dusted and full of glory and lovely things. Okay, I should definitely check to make sure I didn't shove any fig trees in here. Nope, no fig tree in here. Whoop. Oh, underground. Okay, any fig trees in here? Yeah, I would say that there are definitely some fig trees in here. Oh. Dang, that's a lot of fig tree I put down here. We're just gonna have to have a section without fig trees there. Because I don't see a good way to... like this one I might be able to move out of the way. If I shift it over there, is it still sticking through? Yep. That one leaf we're just going to pretend is not there, but an entire branch I can't pretend that's not there. There. So, yeah, we do have a couple of sections where we don't have the bush, quote unquote. But, yeah. But yeah, The snake garden is complete and it is beautiful. Yay. Man, I am so glad to be able to say this is finished. It's taken so long. It looks really good though. I'm really quite happy with how it looks. So yeah, I am definitely not displeased here. I am a little weirded about how the light is on that thing, but honestly, the way my fox statue is lit up. Look, halo! Okay, so I have basically like this little triangle that I want to have a little bit more plant in under this tree. I like the tree, need a little more plant. And I have the... I will figure out this area later once I've built this stuff, but that one triangle and the food court that I am intending to put in here are the last of what I'm going to be working on in the eastern section of the zoo before I turn my attention back to the woefully ignored middle part of the zoo. So very, very ignored. Because basically I can't finish the east section until I know where the lake is, and I won't know where the lake is until I've built a bunch of the central area. So the next thing will be to build a food court in this grassy field right here. And in preparation, I'm going to mow the grass. Because it's easier to work with a short grass surface than it is to work with a long grass surface. So we'll just mow all the grass through here. There. And I'm going to build a very nice food court right here. And I'm going to attach it to this path and to this path, one way or another. So that is the project that I choose to do after my break, which is very late today. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go refill my drink. I'm going to have a quick bio break. I am probably maybe going to run some ads because I got more RAM, which means I can actually run ads during my stream manually. Wahahaha. But in any case, I will take care of those things and I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned, and that means it's time for some food court. Yes, that's right, food court. Very exciting. Very, very exciting, yes. I also realized that when I went on my break, I forgot to pause the zoo. So it's just been burbling along while I had my break. It's okay because nothing seems to have happened. So it's fine. But anyway, I have a lot of space here. So I think that I'm going to be putting in a souvenir shop as well as some food and drink and a toilet. Simply because I have the space for it. But yeah, we're going to start with the drink because I feel like it. So the main question is, what do I feel like putting in here? Easy Pimpin' 3, hello! Welcome to the stream! What an interesting username you have. Let's see. Milkshakes, energy drinks, slush, soda, juice, smoothies, water, and coffee. It ain't always easy. Oh well, that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. Well, I've got a milkshakes not too far away over by the Red Pandas, although that is all the way on the other side of the Timberwolves. You know what? Let's go for a slush stand. And bring this up ever so slightly. We'll put that there. And then, because I am cruelty, I like to put the toilet in between. Planet Zoo, can't see the gameplay? I'm not sure what you mean by the gameplay there. Like, part of the gameplay is doing what I'm doing and like building facilities for people as well as for animals. Yeah, let's put a Mexilente. And then... Oh, did I? Oh yeah, I forgot. My apologies. Thank you. I knew I forgot to do something when I came back from stream. Thank you very much for letting me know. Okay, and just a memento. No, that's a Mexilente. I wanted just a memento. There we go. Okay, so we've got drink, we've got food, we've got souvenirs, and we have a toilet. Should I put in another thing? Thank you very much for the follow there, Easy. You've made an excellent choice since I have some of the cutest follow emotes on Twitch. Aha. And, of course, it allows you to earn channel points faster towards my glorious channel point rewards, one of which you just found. I think I'm going to put another drink stand in here because these people are always thirsty. They are always, always thirsty. So, you know what? I'm going to put a juice stand on the other end. So now we have drinks, food, and souvenirs. Just re-downloaded the game. Ah, I see. Okay, that looks excellent to me. This is a good start. Let's get them connected. Let's see, what shall I use? Not the gravel, since we're floating. What about the crazy mosaic? It's been a while since I've used that. You know what? Why not? Align. Oh, I still have railings on, do I? Okay, one moment while I remove my railings. Y'all are denied railings. You can't have them. The majority of them are just too ugly. And like that. nubbin there. I'm not sure if I can get away with putting a nubbin here. I'm not sure it'll connect. Oh, where's my T-junctions? There we are, T-junction. Oh, that's better already. Okay, thank you. Connect that there, despair. Connect that there, more despair. Don't you just love how it just excavates for you? I'm beginning to wonder if I should just put a pond in. Not that I can, now that the path is in. I don't have mods, so I can't really terraform. Like I can... Yeah, I can do some things, but I cannot... I can't change things too close to the paths because the paths. But I can at least make that grass and not a pit of dirt. I'm gonna have to do some vigorous planting around here, but this looks like a respectably sized food court here. Now the main question is, what style do I want to go with? I have kind of like put everybody together as kind of a bar, which makes it easiest for queues, but doesn't always make for the nicest buildings. Well, let's see. Oh, I've still got metal from the previous thing. Not bamboo. Not breeze block. We don't want cinder block construction around here. Corrugated metal? No, I don't think so. You know what I haven't used in ages? I haven't actually used the twilight blocks in ages. It's been so long. Let's see if I can do something with this. Some adjustment definitely required here. Let's see. We're gonna leave the mortar as is, but I think I want to pull this in more of an orange-yellow direction. Alright, I like that. Let's pull into this family. Definitely not that color though. Okay. And then this family. Yeah, I think I want to be in the darker zone here with this. But yes, welcome to my lovely zoo. My glorious zoo Nocturne which is only open at night and only has nocturnal animals in it. Oh, that's not the one that I wanted to change. This is the one that I wanted to change. This one's too light. No matter what I do, the red just doesn't look right. So it's this one that needs to change. Let's go back into this family. Yeah. And that's also why I'm working in the dark, because that's all this zoo has is darkness. Oops, wrong button. Come on, game, I'm trying to show off to my new follower. You don't gotta be like that. Let's take the grid down. And we'll wing out here. Oh, no, don't be like that. Yes, be like that. And we'll bring the roof out so that we have like overhang. Words mean things. Now the one problem with the Twilight stuff is that it doesn't actually have any columns. I might be able to trick it, though. Let's find out. Like, if I do like this... Yes, I do believe that will do nicely. Oh man, I still have random rotation on from doing the plants. Okay. And duplicate that over here. Like that. So yeah, we just we end up tricking the game just a little bit. Just a little. Just a touch, as a treat. And like that. I think I will have to adjust the bathroom floor because the bright blue floor with what's going on here definitely is not working. But that definitely already looks better. Okay. And we'll let go of the Twilight thing because I don't really want to use the Twilight stuff for the ceiling. Actually, I think the perfect solution is staring at me in the face right now. Yeah. Rotate. I'm not sure exactly what height to put this at yet, so I'm just going to leave it here until I do know. Okay, we need some roof here. I don't think, yeah, the Arctic wood roof is just going to be, we're going too much brown if I use that. The asphalt roofs are just way too plain. Clay tile definitely does not look right with this particular stone. That just ends up looking very odd. Maybe copper? That was exactly the wrong copper to grab. Let's try this one. No, that blue-green does not look right there at all. Oh dear. Definitely not the corrugated iron roof. I hate these. The rust, it's awful. Corrugated plastic. Once again, a very bad look with the stone. Glass roof, obviously not going to work in this context. Pagoda roof, we're not even going to bother. I'm not even going to bother. Indonesian thatch. I mean, maybe, but it also doesn't come in the panel kinds that I want to work with here. Yeah, it's a really weird, it doesn't work for me. Metal clad. I don't think so. too dark. Too dark to be in the dark. Metal plank. Picked the wrong one. Let's try this one. Oh, pretty much the same problem as the corrugated plastic. Too many straight lines going in different directions. Mud Oceanian thatch, which has the same problem as the Indonesian thatch. Painted clay tile, which once again has the same problem of the too many lines in too many directions. Let's see, we have the painted slate, which I could make work, but it was starting to get real busy. Why is the light flickering, and how can I make it stop? Okay, let's sit like this so that I can't see the flickering. Palm thatch. I mean, under the context, thatch can work. I'm just not sure if this is the thatch that will work. Glass panels. Plain slate. Doesn't really work with the recoloring that I did. Otherwise, an excellent roof. Terracotta tile, the same problem as the other tile roofs, just too many lines in too many directions. Plain thatch. We have possibilities here, but why does it look so pink? I could probably make it work though, assuming I have enough squares. There's the Twilight mason work, which won't fit the Twilight shingle. I'm really leaning towards the thatch, guys. Vertical plank. Too many lines again. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna try and make the thatch work. Okay, if I do like this, yeah, that doesn't work. Also, I really am gonna have to adjust the color once I figure out what I'm doing. Okay, so what if I use a 2 meter? And a 1 meter. Maybe the other way around? like a 1 meter. Or actually, where'd that 2 meter go? No, that's 4 meter. I had the 2 meter right here. Okay, there's the 2 meter. Like if I put the 2 meter on like, oh, not like that. Never like that. Okay, so if I put the 2 meter on like this, and then the 1 meter on, no, nope, nope, nope. I know what I want. How do I make it? I know I end up with extra overhang in the back if I do it this way. It's just, how do I make this work? Like that. Okay, okay. I think I got it now. And I figure out later whether or not there's a roof ridge that I can put on, but I think there is. Yes, there is. Okay, we good. Now I just need the right color. The wood color is fine. The wood color actually kind of matches the Arctic wood. That works out really nicely. Why is the thatch pink? Oh, that ain't right at all. There we go. I like that so much better. I'm not sure what to do here, especially with the really weird angles, but I'll figure it out. Oh, and I'm floating. Okay. Turn off grid height. Like that. And then that goes like that. And I guess like that? Yeah, yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Yeah, that makes me happier. That makes me a lot happier. Okay, thank you. It is astonishing how much easier roofs are when you remember to turn off auto stacking. Okay, now to do something about this unfortunate part. How does this work? Does it sit on top or... I'm gonna guess that it goes like that. Have I been changing heights? Is that a thing that I've been doing? I honestly can't tell. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I assure you, it's fine. Let's see here. This cannot possibly be correct. How is this the 2-meter eave? That just looks weird. That just looks wrong and incorrect. Corner eave, curved eave. The thatch roof doesn't even have a 1-meter or 4-meter eave? What the heck? Why does it only have a 2-meter eave, and that definitely doesn't go on the 2-meter? Like, why? That doesn't even come close to matching. What is going on there? Is that how it's supposed to look? I don't think that's how it's supposed to look. Like, look at that. That doesn't line up at all. That can't possibly be right. We will remove it with prejudice. This roof is its own eave. Now, what to do about this mess? I mean, I can jank it a little. Why won't that line up? Oh, that's a good reason why it won't line up, because it wasn't actually on top. There we go. So if I like do like this, somehow I feel like I've still got this wrong. Yeah, I've still got this wrong. So why won't it sit on the wall like it's supposed to? Can I get it to work on the other side? No, it also will not work on the other side. That's fascinating. If I do it like this, it will line up, but only if I do it like this. Why is that? Okay, well, this one works where the other one does not, so... Why is it so big? Also, is this another one that refuses to line up? Please, game, please. Why are you like this? Okay, we're gonna do it this way, simply because that allows me to have a sealed building. We're just not gonna think about how it's sticking out of the roof a little bit there. We're just, thought is not crossing the mind there. Of course. Oh yeah, things are ending up looking very weird, but that's the way things normally go with me. Bring that down there like that. Yeah, it's a little weird. It is a little weird. And it's slightly jank. But you know what? It's still fine. And then we just bring this across. As a nice little ceiling thing. And you know, we can probably put a little, like, cute little pot light thing, like, right over each of the stores. But I think that first we're gonna see what sort of signs I can... Let's see. Do we have a sign for Gulpy Slush? Not in the B's, we don't. Let's see. G. Where's the G? Oh, here's a bunch of Gulpy. Gulpy Energy. Gulpy Energy. Gulpy Energy. Energy. That's too big. See, there we go. That's the right size. I don't understand how this is the slush sign, but... Okay, and then... where would Mexcellente be? Well, this is just a memento sign, which I have here. There we go. Mexcellente sign. I hate that all these signs are different sizes. I hate that they're all different sizes. I really dislike that. Okay, and the last one was a pip shot. Pip shot juice. Smoothie, juice, juice, juice. I kind of hate how gigantic the Just a Memento sign is. Is there a smaller one? Because that one is just out of control. That's the small one. Oh no. Thanks, game. I hate it. But yeah, I think the little pot light thing would be a good idea. So let's hit up the lights. We have the solar garden light, which doesn't want to stick to this ceiling. That's not the light that's not the amount of light that I'm looking for here. What about the path light? No, that's closer, but it's still not really what I'm looking for. Actually, let me just... Yeah, see, that's just too dim. Let's see. Can we strike a happy medium here somewhere? Fiesta Ira. Oh, that's very bright. I don't have anything to attach it to, though. I don't really want a dangly thing. Now that I have put these signs on, they're so big. Maybe these? I kind of dislike that the frame is black though, and that I can't color change it. Spotlight is too much. Stadium light is entirely too much. Glowing eyes, definitely not. Okay, let's use the area lights, I guess. Like this. Kind of center it that way. Center it this way. I just don't love that it's black. I would prefer to like make it a I would prefer to go to a more of a gunmetal shade. There we go. I'm feeling pretty alright about that. I kinda hate the gulpy slush sign, but there's not much I can do about it. Unless I want to label this place as something that it is not. But yeah, I need some tables, and then I will need some lights, and a great deal of plant life. But the building, I can call the building done. I'm feeling pretty okay about that. Alright, let me turn my cursor light back on again. Facilities, bins, benches, security, picnic benches, picnic. You know, these are the ones from the newest DLC. I think if I made them more orange, they would work pretty well. Not that orange, though. You know what? I should just put that down there for a moment. Make that live there now. And another one there. Because life is suffering and pain. Okay, this needs to be a slightly different. Yeah, I like that better. This is always the hardest part. Just figuring out how to put in a decent number of tables without blocking the walking lines or the queue lines. Maybe I should just extend over this way. This would normally be the spot where I put the ATMs. Except that I gave my people infinite money, so they don't need ATMs. So you know what? I'm just gonna put a table there. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 tables. That seems like it should be enough. And I do need like some sort of railing or something around here. I have an idea. We can have the building be the fancy color. And we can do like this. Don't mind me while I do things this way to make sure that I stay on the same level. Oh. This isn't as nice and simple as I thought it would be. There are gonna be some spots with some very thick walls. Okay. Okay, bring that upright. Like that. Whoops. Ah, wrong one. Oh, I had it lined up so perfectly too. Come on. I gotcha. Like that. Like that. Okay, we know that this is exactly the right height, so... That is not exactly the right height. That is. pity is that this ramp is curved, but there's nothing that I can do about that. The other pity is that it's a ramp at all, but you know, that's the way it has to be. You know what? I'm not going to adjust an interior wall. Too much of a pain in the butt. See, I can take my time with this because the food court is fully functional now. So I don't have to worry about it. That one interior wall is gonna have to just sit and be with itself. This piece is just gonna flicker, be gone! This. Like that. Oh, I hate it when they walk through walls just because they can right in front of me. Okay. Now we take this and rotate. Bring that sucker over here. Once again, I'm going to be ignoring interior curves because frankly, it would hurt my soul to try and finagle that. Okay. I think the wall is enough. I don't need to put fence on top of this. I think that would actually wreck it just a bit. So I'm gonna leave that the way that it is. Although now that I look at it, let me grab some mulch. That's 4 meters. No, that's not gonna work. Whoops, too far. I think that might be a little too long. Yeah, it's just a touch too long. We'll have to use the 2 meter. This is one of those times we're gonna have to request that people, including me, not think about things too hard. Especially when it comes to thinking about this mulch. Now, let's see. I need something that comes in a 2 meter strip and isn't orange. Yes, I do believe the dwarf cornels will do nicely. That. Make that the same height as the other ones to fill in that little hole. To bring all of these down just a little. we go. That will hide my shame. Yes, that works nicely. That works good in my head. Could probably use some lighting solutions around here, but I am lazy, so they don't get special ones. Yeah, that'll do. Except that this one needs to be here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling good about that. The lighting situation in this zoo is absolutely abysmal. I should be doing a better job since it is a nighttime zoo. I don't because I spend all my time with my cursor light on. Okay, so now what I need is some filler to hide these holes. And a couple of trees. I think I need a couple of trees. Let's start with the trees. I always like starting with the trees. We have the yellow ipe, which is what I used at the other food court. I don't think it's the right thing at this point because everything's already orange. Cedar is too big. Wimba is way too big. White birch might be a little small. The willows I already know are too big. The umbrella thorn acacias are a little short for the application that I'm looking for here. Tree ferns, not what I'm looking for right now. Tamarind trees? We have to start being careful of the, of our, were these civets? I think these were civets. Whoops, wrong. I thought I could just touch the statue and... Hey, you. You're not civets, you're a fossa. And fossas are very hungry right now. Africa. So we have to make sure that only African plants touch the enclosure. Are tamarinds African? I'm not sure. Let's check the tags. No, that's the biome. Yes, they are African. That one's a little too big, though. Very pretty. Too small. Entirely too big. Happy medium? Might be a little more floof that I'm looking for here. Maybe not for that spot. Maybe for this spot? It has possibilities. I'm just not sure if I'm enthused. Sycamore maple. Might be a little bit too much tree and yeah, we go straight from not enough tree to too much tree with that one. Sugar maples. Might be taking the orange a little too far. Sudanese frankincense. Not really what I'm looking for here. Stringy wood eucalyptus. A bit of a lot of tree. Impressive, but definitely not what I'm looking for here. Strangler figs look pretty awesome, but not what I'm looking for here. Palm trees are definitely not the right thing to be putting in here. Silky oak. Very pretty trees. A bit more tree than I want at this time, though. The Scots pines. I don't think they're the right tree for this area. Love the sausage trees. Almost never get to use them. They're so healthy. Could use that over here. But we have a bit of an interference with the lamppost problem if I do. Unfortunate. I like to find ways and reasons to use the sausage trees. Although, if I put it here... Oh, it is fully embracing that. How about no? Speaking of, I'm just going to turn off climbing on that tamarind there while I'm still thinking about it. Where was I? River bush willow? I do rather like these. Although we still have an embracing the lamp problem. Unless I place it very carefully. Like if I put it about there. Oh, nope. Embracing the lamp. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna go back to the birch trees because they are skinny little things. will use some birch trees in here. And they're very skinny and very upright, so I don't have to worry about them interacting with the fossa. So I can just do like that. Still need a good tree for this spot. Tamarind is still an option. I'm just not sure. It is so much tree. Not as much as the ombus, but you know, a lot of tree. That is also a lot of tree. Tempting, but what a lot of tree that is. Kinda more tree than more trunk than tree, really. Not really what I want there. The oak trees I already know are way too big. Not going for palm trees. Mapingo? I am tempted. That one is too much. But this one is pretty cool. Okay, what if I used both the Mapingo and the Tamarind? Are you climbable? You should not be. Speaking of, are the birches climbable? Oh, they are. Okay. Okay. Birch tree, birch tree, birch tree, birch... No. Birch tree, birch tree. The Mapingo and the Tamarind do not play well together when they're that close together. No, that's unfortunate. That really does not look right. I do think I'm gonna stick with the Mapingo, but I need another tree to go right here. Not another Mapingo, something else. Let's see. I was in the M's in order to get the Mapingo. I know the monkey puzzle trees are too tall, which does make me a little sad. Marula? Oh, it looks like it's fighting for its life next to the Mapingo. know, like, I like this, but it makes the Mapingo look unhealthy. I'm gonna set this over here as a possibility though, because I do like the Marula there. London Plain ends up being just too much tree. And once again, looks weird next to the, makes the Mapingo look unhealthy. And that's saying something. I love these cute little Korean pines, but I just don't think this is the right spot for it. No, the kapok is too big. The Joshua tree just isn't right. Japanese maple, definitely not the tree for this spot. Hookthorn acacia. Like, here's the thing. I could put the hookthorn acacia and this one next to each other, but I can't put either of them next to this one. Maybe I should move that bad boy elsewhere and use the two healthier trees here. Well, healthier looking. I know you're perfectly healthy. What if I moved the Mapingo over here? Because I will need something over here. Oh, that is interacting into the building. Okay. Does not play well there. Wait a minute, isn't that another... That is another Mapingo. Okay. So what if we tucked it here and the two of them can be friends? Okay, you don't get climbing, you don't get climbing. Like that. And by miracle of miracles, no one is touching a lantern, although you need to rotate. Make sure I'm rotating the right one. Much better. Yeah, and more like that. Yeah. Okay, and then I need like some sort of bushy ground cover thing to deal with these holes. The African daisies are way too bright. I'm thinking either arrowroot or scaviola. Maybe both. Yeah, I think this will do nicely. I just have to turn the underpinning into dirt. Yeah, it covers the holes nicely and stays tucked under the edge so that it's not poking up into the platform. And it's just that the short grass is the wrong kind of green, so I'm just going to have to adjust that. Whoop. Seeing through the tree is a trick. Oops. Okay, let's start again. Wow. Did it twice in a row. I've just got to thicken this up in various places so that my brain is allowed to forget that there are giant holes in the ground. I'm only going to take this that far over there because I don't know exactly what the path is doing past that point. I regret putting this stuff around underneath the birch trees because it is going to look a little not right. But there is a little hole on this side as well, so... So filler here as well. Alright. I mean, I am used to finding poison ivy under birch trees. So maybe I can just tell myself that this is like a giant patch of poison ivy. Maybe. And I mean, it does give me something to do with this big expanse of grass. I do so hate an expanse of grass. Unless it is the specific need of some sort of animal. Or just with the animal's needs, I can't put a lot of plants in. But yeah, I don't like seeing big expanses of grass. I also don't know how far to take this because I don't know what's going on back here. So I'm only going to take it to like the corner of the path. And when future Foxwine is working on this edge of the zoo again, she can figure out how far the arrowroot goes. There. Okay, I just need... Whoop! Oh, not inside the roof. Just need some soil. Because a lot of these things look a lot better on dirt than they do on grass. And it is remarkable that the difference of changing what is underneath the plant makes. Like you take this arrowroot, which doesn't look quite right when it's sitting on all this grass, and just change what's underneath it to dirt, and suddenly that looks a lot better. Like so. Oh, people, please stop walking through my walls while I'm looking at you. But yeah. So I've undone the putting the signs on a little bit, because now I can't see a thing past the trees. But this feels pretty good. I like this. Alright, one more area of filler to address that I choose to address tonight, which is over here. I like this tree. This is a good tree. We need a little more plant life here. Nothing too fancy. Maybe some periwinkles. I think I would like to put some periwinkles here. Once again, I'm gonna have to change the ground here, because this kind of ground cover does not look right on grass, as you can see. So we'll just run some periwinkles around here and try and be careful to not get them inside the wolves. That is the one problem that I have with the periwinkles, is that they only really come in the one size. Okay, and then the other problem with the periwinkles is the fact that the flowers, they don't come with a version with the flowers attached. And the flowers are in such a smaller group than the leaves. Which makes this part a little annoying, especially when you've got like a big bushy tree. I do know why they do this because I have actually lived with periwinkles, and I know it's because they don't flower all the way out to their edges. The area where they are still reaching out to cover, they don't flower there. So I understand why the flowers and the leaves are separate, but I hate that the sizes are so... what is the right word? I hate that the leaves only come in the one size, which is huge. And that the flowers only come in one size, which is tiny. I just feel like there should be variation in both of them. So that, you know, when somebody is doing something like what I'm doing right now, that you have much more power. Because, yeah, I would like to have a smaller patch of non-flowering leaves so I can fill in odd spaces. I would like to have a larger patch of flowers so that this part didn't take forever. You know? Because this part does take for freaking ever. Okay. Whoop, no, I'm inside the restaurant. Don't need to be there right now. I think that's good. I need a smaller brush. Not that small. Go, just a bit of dirt. Little grass here. Some grass here because the periwinkle hasn't reached there yet. Adjust, 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 adjust. Okay. I think I got it now. That makes me much happier. Like, I don't think that periwinkle would ordinarily grow under a ginkgo. But I've seen them grow under plenty of trees with great happiness because they do prefer shade. So this is fine. This is good. I do wish that I could do something about this little bit here, but I cannot. Alright. I am feeling good. So much progress. And that also means that I think... Oh, nope, there's still one spot left. I have this glorious fig tree, but... yeah... I'm okay with leaving this grass, but this... not so much. I wonder if I have like something decorative that I can put there. Like a statue or a sculpture or a sculpture of a statue or something like that. It doesn't need to be too fancy. It just needs to, like, fit there. I don't really want to put another tree there, because that would very much detract from the fig tree. There's a fall pumpkin cart here. If I took the tree off of it, I think I could be happy with this. What else do we have? Piñatas. Definitely not. We do have a... oh, it's very small. Okay, that's not... I love it, but it's also like I need something... I need something. Honestly, the pumpkin cart seems like the best option so far. Not the meerkat. I'm not going to have meerkats in the zoo. I'm trying not to put up like decor of animals that... I'm trying not to put up a decor of animals that are not going to be in the zoo. That's what I'm trying to do. Tanuki lantern bearer. That is pretty adorable, but it's also, that's a little small. Yeah, so far the pumpkin cart has pretty much been the exact right size. Yeah, let's put in the pumpkin cart. I can just take the tree off and then we have a nice little pumpkin cart and nothing is detracting from my fig tree. What was this again? Oh right, the playground set. I I got that for a different zoo. I'm not going to be putting a playground in here. It would encourage people to actually bring their children. I don't want people bringing their children. I think this should be a child-free zoo. That's a Halloween shop. Oh boy, isn't it though? It was around here somewhere. It was before that. This is a giant black widow. Oh, that is giant. Oh, that's moving along. Frogs and toads. I have plans for those later, but here we are. The pumpkin cart. I'm just gonna... You know what? Let's just... Let's make sure I do this in something resembling a smart way. Is everything touching the ground? Oh, that's touching the ground a lot. Okay. Alright, we're good, we're good. And then we get into the group. This tree says farewell. And I think... Oh yeah, that feels much better. I wonder if the light dirt is actually the right thing. Let me try the heavier dirt. Oh yes. Okay, heavier dirt in the middle, light dirt around the edge. Yes, yes. Whoops, that's grass. Okay, there we go, there we go. Yes, I know it's 2:30 in the morning. I'm nearly done. My tablet thinks I should sleep. Trying to bring the dirt out just a little bit more. There we go. Okay. I feel good about that. And obviously the pumpkin feels good about it too. Okay, so what happens here is that I leave the eastern area of the zoo next time I stream Planet Zoo and start working on the central section again. Haha! Finally. So the eastern area is as complete as I'm going to make it currently. There is still some question marks around this zone, but I won't know what to do with it until I get the lake in, and I can't get the lake in until I construct more of the central area of the zoo, and therefore know where the lake goes. So, I'm feeling really good about this. So next time I stream Planet Zoo, I will be returning to the central section where I will be having a good time. As good a time as this pumpkin. But for now, I am going to be calling it a night. I have been streaming for 7 hours. It has definitely been enough Planet Zoo for the night. So this is where I am calling it a night. But the good news is, if you just cannot get enough of my Planet Zoo playing and what I've been up to here, you can find the rest of my streams archived on my YouTube channel, which I have just linked to in the chat. There's a playlist there specifically for Planet Zoo, which will allow you to, binge through my building the Zoo Nocturne to your heart's content. And, keep yourself busy, because there's a playlist there for anything that I have streamed twice or more. So if Planet Zoo maybe gets a little boring, you can jump on over to another game entirely. Yay! And I will be back streaming again on Wednesday night at as close to 7 p.m. as we get enough people together to form a room. I'll be playing either Among Us or 100% Orange Juice, or maybe Scribble It with my friends, depending on how many people show up. Among Us is the game that we play when we have the largest number of participants. 100% Orange Juice is the game that we play when we have the smallest number, because it is 4 players or less. It is a board game that is basically anime version Mario Party, except with more chaos. Yes, that is possible. We found the game. It is 100% Orange Juice. We have a lot of fun with it. And if we have too many people for 100% Orange Juice, but not quite enough for Among Us, well, hopefully everyone's computer will run Scribble It, which is a Pictionary style game where one person draws, everyone else tries to guess what that person is drawing, and whoever has the largest number of points at the end of 3 rounds wins the game. Then on Wednesday, usually around 10:15 or 10:20 or so, when my friends abandon me completely in order to go to bed so that they can be awake for their work in the morning, it's weird, I go and play in my solo Valheim server. What's coming up in Valheim? It is wolf taming time. I need to tame some wolves so that I have a steady source of wolf meat, and therefore I must find a good place to build a wolf taming pit, build said wolf taming pit, trap some wolves in there, and then feed them boar meat until they love me. Can I get this all done in one stream of approximately 2 hours? Probably not, but I'll try and get as far as I can through that process. We'll see. Then on Thursday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Oxygen Not Included for Try Not to Die Thursday, and we will all find out together whether or not my neglect has killed my base. Well, it wasn't exactly neglect. I started a bunch of things running, and then went and paid attention to something else entirely, lost track of time, lost track of what was happening, and numerous bad things happened. Have I pulled up in time, or have I killed my base? I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. We'll find out on Thursday. So we'll see how that goes. Then on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3. I did not manage to finish Act 2 last night. I tried, but I didn't make it, and I also had a decision to make, a literal crossroads that I was standing at that I could not make a choice. Hopefully in a week I will make the choice of which way to go on that crossroads, and I will be continuing onwards to what is most likely the end of Act 2 and moving on into Act 3. How long will any of this take? Will I get it all done in one stream? Maybe. It's possible. That's a terrible time for an ad break. I have it on a timer. It's great. And you see, the thing is, it's a very terrible time for a ad break, because Monday is a slightly different schedule, because next Monday is going to be the last Monday of May. I have no idea where this month went. It has vanished out from underneath my fingertips. It is terrible. But on the last Monday of every month, on Monday, I play Wildermyth starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and I will be playing Wildermyth for approximately 3 hours, and then I will switch over to Planet Zoo, which I will also play for approximately 3 hours. So it will be a split stream, starting with Wildermyth, which is a glorious little RPG where it's fairly unique in that the overarching plot remains pretty much the same from playthrough to playthrough, but the events that happen to your characters and how they are affected by those events is kind of chosen by RNG. RNG decides it's time for an event, it RNGs up an event, it RNGs which character that event happens to, and then the way that that event affects the character is decided by the way that I play that particular event. So it's very interesting. It's got a very pretty art style. It has exactly the kind of tactics that I am best at. And the music is pretty good too. So I will be playing that on Monday and then heading over to Planet Zoo, where I'm going to start work on my biggest project yet within Zoo Nocturne. Which is to build a new enclosure in the central area, which is going to involve having to redraw a bunch of paths as well. So it's going to get very interesting over here in Planet Zoo next time I stream. And of course there will be Wildermyth. So that is the schedule for my upcoming week, all the games that I'm going to be playing and everything that I plan to be doing in those games. As far as I plan anything. But, you know, whether or not I have a plan, whether or not I follow the plan, whether or not the plan gets completed, I still have a lot of fun. And I've had so much fun tonight, and I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night.